Hello, everyone. Hello. We're going live in just a minute. Sorting some last things, and we're pretty much good to go. Here's my notepad with my notes. Here's my recordings, fast recording. We were inside ability for element. Okay. So let's go into video folder. It's going to be much better. And let's give a brief run through the all applications. Everyone, we are live. Okay. Let's play some music, I guess. Sure, we don't record unnecessary things. Yes, we don't record this part. And we stream this. Okay, good. Good. This setup to double stream and record at the same time is actually kind of weird, not gonna lie. Hi, Winter. Welcome. Welcome. Okay, so today it will be a little more complicated. Put our ability from the character. Now we pass this ability to the element to be shown on the screen. So here we have easy to just use the numerator as an index. So I suspect it's over here. Elements count ability as an get ability update element. Okay, it all looks correct to me. So this is where we stopped last time. Okay, so let's remind ourselves ability points, point by ability mods. Okay. I wonder how much we will be able to finish tonight. So wow, that's a lot. Yeah. Insert rand. Third rand about how this was shot in live audience. Sure. Winter, where are you from? You're very close to me, as I understand. Are you from Russia? Okay. We got our ability from the character. Now we pass the ability to be shown on the screen. Oh, I'm from Asia. Okay. 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 So. Good. We will create a new method called update date element. Hide this side method we run full value or on the text. Can I ask why? I do use namespaces in my project. Oh, especially like if you watch my tower defense streams where I make tower defense game, the actual game I'm working, I use namespaces all the time. It's just in tutorials I tend to keep tutorials as easy as possible. Like the practice shown that if you introduce just a little too much, people just get lost, completely lost. But yeah, I do use namespaces. Yeah, in tutorials I tend to avoid using namespaces because, as I mentioned, it's like Stardew is already overly complex and people get lost. Vampire Survivors is decently complex, people get lost. But not gonna lie, Vampire Survivors is much easier. I haven't noticed a lot of problems with Vampire Survivors. Okay. Inside this method, we will show the value of our ability score on the text object. Let's check something in our previous recording. Ability. Okay, the character ability is already here. Wait. I fudged it. No. Okay. Okay. Reference. Reference for text object on the in the editor. We should do it through the prefab editor. So each instance of the abilities for object text object is referenced. You'll get the reference. For text object, you'll get the reference. Besides, why don't you make sure tip? I'm not gonna lie, because I am, well, I don't make the smartest decisions in my life. Let's say it like this. Sometimes I feel like I'm the main detractor and enemy for myself. Oh, this is not specifically a game. This is an way to generate character and style of Dungeons and Dragons on or Pathfinder. So okay, so technically speaking, date panel on the start. Now, if I launch the game, off. Time list reference character gate manager, and that's it. Content. If I select create character and I change the values, this should be reflected on my, yes, it's wacky. Okay. Well, you don't need to be like, oh, it's off topic. No, there is nothing off topic about just having a discussion. We're here to just hang out while I work on the, you know, on the video. That's it. We just chit chat. If anyone have any form of questions, just go ahead, ask. I'm happy to talk about anything. Only just YouTube. I got laid down when Corona started. Values. And if you change the ability or of your character, it will be reflected on UI. Okay. Ability mode. First we will make ability mode. Or should we start with point by? Yeah, we definitely should make point by work. Taha, sir, as I said, yes, I got laid off, so yeah, nowadays it's... I do some freelance on the side. I do some, how can I say it, work on the side, like teaching and stuff like this, but generally speaking, yes, this is my primary income at this. Will be reflected on UI. So, yeah, freelance, private tutoring, stuff like this, yes. Okay, so ability points. How much have to explain? I mean, we have built this weird streamer to viewer relationship. How is it called? Parasocial relationship or something like this. But no, parasocial it's when it's one-sided, I think, right? How is it like when it's, oh, it's just... Let's call it a streamer-viewer friendship. Most commonly used for setting the character ability for... Yeah, I have not set up the proper... Oh god, I forgot to do chapters. Oops. I will be voicing them. I need to make sure that I add chapters. Most commonly used system for setting the character Character abilities score is point by the point used both in Pathfinder or Dungeon and Dragon. Dragons point by where is the finder point by ability score? Ok. Ability score cost. Wait, Pathfinder use completely different ability scores? I mean point biases? Business may give a different level of flexibility, randomness to character. Standard ratio. I'm right now a little confused, like Pathfinder use different. Huh? Spirit. No, wait, I get for bonus. Abilities, penalties. Point by calculator. For example, here. Point by. Your starts when you given a pool of points. Bring one score up. The next number costs a number of points equal to the new modifier, with exception of going from 10 to 11. For example, going from 15 strength up to 16 costs 3 points because the modifier for 16 is plus 3. Wait, is it different in Dungeons and Dragons? Let's do some. Oh, shmups. Shmups are cute, but I'm not good at shmups. Whatever, like, epic fantasy. Okay, so let's say strength 1. Okay. Okay, is it different in Dungeon and Dragons? Dungeon and Dragons Dragon's Point buy. I am really confused right now. Congratulations everyone, you definitely arrived here to watch an Toho gameplay. You know what? Anything, should we invest in crypto? Don Kun, yes, let me make some shitcoin just right now, please. No, I'm not gonna do that. Played Vampire and few other plus tabletop. I was watching a guy playing Shadowrun. Never. Oh, well, on tabletop I played a lot too, all kinds of rule sets and stuff like this. But like, I actually played really little of D&D 5th edition. Up to 7 per stat, and then you with bonus applies. Wait, is it? Wait, is it? Oh god, I'm so sorry. If you arrived here expecting professionalism, you are in a wrong place. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Oh, Jesus. Sure, so it is. Okay. There is some really cool tabletop, like Kingdom Death Monster and Zombie Side. I tried Kingdom Death Monster. I didn't like Kingdom Death Monster. But I liked Gloomhaven. I actually own Gloomhaven over there. I see the box right now. Yes, I own a giant brick. It's probably holding my building in place. So after the 13, they cost 2 to buy. Everyone start at 8. Okay. Fine. Most commonly used character ability score is the point buy used both in Pathfinder or D&D. D&D. We will low. Okay, the Pathfinder is a little more complex one. While D&D is a little more easier one to do. Planning to make a horror RPG. What was the name of that game? The one which inspired Resident Evil and Silent Hill on NES, I believe, or SNES. Really old. A point by calculator. Oh, So wait, my ink stuff. Yeah, I am seeing stuff. I am. Uh-huh. Sure. So, going to make an. We will follow the Pathfinder. Pathfinder. Should I follow the D&D rules or Pathfinder one? Okay, chat, help me out here. Should I make D&D style point buy or Pathfinder style point buy? I guess if the name is Dungeon and Dragon style point buy, I think I will have to use the Dungeon and Dragons one. I will follow the Dungeon and Dragons. You know what? I have a tool at my disposal. Uh, can I delete this one? Yes. Boom. I have. The Pathfinder is harder. D&D. I think because D&D is a little more topical and hyped right now, I would probably do Dungeon and Dragons right now. Let's get a little involved with community. Call the Destroy Water spell. Okay. So if we go for, technically speaking, Dungeon and Dragons is an easier one. I love that every time when I sit down to stream, it's always like, oh, I know what I'm doing. 5 minutes later, oh my god, I have no idea what I'm doing. Mm. Okay, so far we have 3 votes. 2 for D&D and 1 for Pathfinder. I guess we go for D&D. And we will follow the Dungeons and Dragons style. Character generation. Character generation rules of gifts. Should I... Man, to the other hand, Pathfinder is more interesting and more complex. Let's go for Pathfinder. We will follow the rules of Pathfinder. Pathfinder character generation system. Character of Pathfinder point by rules. It is more complex than Dungeon D&D. Oh my god! Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think I will go for Pathfinder. It's a little more complex, but like I can always preface it with like, hey guys, it's it's much easier to make D&D. So you know, it's more complex than D&D. Point by system. So you can, it is more complex point by system. So it is not that hard to simplify it. Fight in the fight for D&D style in this point by. Eventually make a separate short video this dungeon D&D point by. Okay. D&D style point by. Pathfinder. In Pathfinder point by the purchase of the point cost you third explanation about fired by Pathfinder games while explaining ability is to the Dungeon and Dragons and how they in Pathfinder point by the purchase cost you the amount of points equal to the ability mod. So we probably will have to make ability mod before ability mod. Equals to the ability mod of the point we are buying. Hello, A1. I'm making a tutorial. Let's end that poll. Bring one score up to the next. Ability. For buying. So to go from 40 to 50 will cost it will cost 2 points, and to go from in will cost 3 points because ability in 2 plus 3. Negative handled. Negative. Negatives are handled. Where is it? But they add 4 ability point 5 to your ability by pool. Oh, I forgot I turned off music. Let's bring back music, everyone. Music is back. Okay. Ability mode. This is so impressive. 6 people watching how I'm bashing my head against the wall making an tutorial. Can I redesign your thumbnails? If you want to help with thumbnails, yeah, sure, go ahead. Contact me in Discord, please, if you want to talk about this. Okay. Mm-hmm. Have you tried to stream games? Maybe some old games? I am actually toying with the idea of creating a separate channel called Greg Plays Stuff. I actually tried once to stream a game. But the problem is, it's like this channel is about tutorials, not video games, like playing games. But yes, I am toying with the idea of making, like, at least not specifically a let's play content, you know, just direct streaming of gameplay. But I were toying at some point of making like edited gameplay content. The problem is like my tastes in video games are how can I say it? They are peculiar, let's say it like this. They are definitely not what you will call an normal taste in video games. Let's say, okay, not normal. I don't like, okay, I hate what I just said. It's more like I am not a mainstream gamer, yet I am in a sense. It's like, it's hard to explain. I don't like a lot of games which is popular. Like, I don't like a lot of those kind of mainstream in quotation mark games. But at the same time, I'm not opposed to playing mainstream games. One of the game I love is Borderlands, for example. Another example is like at the other hand, I don't like games like Grand Theft Auto. It's just I don't like. And like another problem is I like a lot of games which is not very streamable in a sense. Like they are not exciting games. Sure, maybe I can at some point to try to stream some games. Maybe I will. But right now my main thing, I need to finish this video at some point. Oh my god, that's going to be something. But yes, I might think about it. I might do something like this. I might stream at some point. Anyway, it's been an hour. 5-minute stretch break, everyone. Remember to take stretch breaks. Stretch break. Name it. Wait, give me a second. Rename. Who owns in warning. Okay, everyone. Stretch break. Move yourself around. Give it like a good move. We need to move. Be right back. Okay, everyone, I am back. Hope everyone give it a good walk around. Okay. Ability mode. Let's see. Ability mode. How was everyone else's day? Anything interesting? Anything new in the lives? Any progress on your games? Okay. -5. -5. Why is it not just... Character. Ability. Reflected. Used in any calculations. In calculation. And is done. It uses ability mode instead of ability 4. Ability mode. By dividing ability 4 by 2 and subtracting 5. Right? Subtracting 5. Insert ability table. Am I understanding it correctly? This is correct. This is... And... So what are you making now? Thus, Simi Bokov, I'm making a Dungeon and Dragon style character generation system. I'm stuck at that system for 6 months. Is it progress? Well, that's... You should probably look at it from a different angle if you stuck at something for a very long time. Changing perspective often helps. I'm trying to add both in my game and leaderboards, plus planning to fix some bugs and better spawning waves. Sure, sounds great. I have nothing to do. Well, you're watching me, so you have something to do. Raredom. I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. Hello. Yes, sure. Hello. Hi. So, calculating by dividing your ability score by 2 and subtracting 5. why were I using some weird manipulations in my... You know what, let's open a Dungeon and Dragons old style ability mod calculate. Okay, Unity is launching. Give it a few minutes. Okay. I... Yeah, here in old version, I actually followed their Dungeon and Dragons rules, you see? Oh. That's a good thing that if you have, like, this is actually a good practice. When you have an ability to always keep a fresh build ready for players to try. This is genuinely a good practice. Okay. Yeah, I was following. Yeah. Ability mod. Mod. 4. Plus bonus. Third mod divided by 2. One. Why do I even do that? Is Pathfinder table? Okay. Dungeon and Dragons. Give me 1 second. Dungeon and Dragons ability mod table. Is Pathfinder table ability mod different from a ability mod table of Dungeon and Dragons? Am I missing something? Screw you, D&D 5 info. I genuinely gonna say this. This is annoying. Ah! What did I do to you? I did nothing to you. So let's go over here. Ability, of course, D&D, roll 20. Good, please, roll 20, don't block me. Thank God. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm looking at ability score mod for the so no, they are identical. 4 to 5, 6 to 7, 8 to 9, 10 to 11, 12 to 13. Am I missing something? I don't know what site was it, and I don't care at this point. Screw them, and they can just go out of business or something. I don't care. I found the information somewhere else. Subtract 10 from the ability score and then divide the total by 2. Sure, but why do I do this? Why were I with this? Subtract 10 from the ability score and then divide it by... Let's hypothetically say we have 9 divided by minus 10. It equals minus 1 divided by 2. Yes, I see why we needed to do this. Because if we divide by 2 like this, it will get us 0. Why we need to do? Because it's rounded down. Yes, it's always rounded down. Again, to do. That sounds cute. By the way, Taha Asar, have you heard what I said about the thumbnails? Please join my Discord so we can discuss the thumbnails thing in Discord, okay? Okay. Unity of divide this round down. Okay. Nearest integer. Most integrator to or equal to. Uh-huh. L most integer 2 or greater. Here returns the closest power of 2 value. Returns the cousin of integers. Here there is a floor. Yes, we can technically floor it. Right? Yes, we technically can floor it. But then we will have to use a float. People are probably right now just confused and just listen to a crazy rambling of a crazy man. I'll get to technically speaking, this is probably the simplest way to offset it. But I remember there was a solution. Someone proposed in my Dungeon and Dragons Unity. Okay, I hope I'm not gonna be here. Just a small tip. When you calculate the ability mode, you can do it by simply shifting bitwise right. Like return ability score -10 and twice this will return the correct mode, even when the mode should be negative. Here, thank you very much to this, never knew that. Thank you very much to this person who writes this idea. This guy. Okay. So with this, we can probably make an ability mode. There is a character mod bitwise. Of So, out of curiosity, will people really be interested listening to me playing video games? Really? I'm genuinely curious. Let's actually start a poll. Here. Let's keep people entertained with the ability to vote something while I wash my head against this stuff. Okay. This will return the correct mode. Toho. I am terrible at Toho. I am awful at Toho, everyone. You cannot imagine how bad I am at Toho. And subtracting 5. Oh, ability mode beat by shift. That's it. Wait. By subtracting 10 from your ability score and dividing by 5. You can make this about maybe. Wait, what if I like right now subtracting 10, right? But what if I do opposite? We have 9 by 2, that will give us 4. And we say minus 5, this will give us minus 1. Oh, winter, I don't have switch. Work on the side screen. Thank you. But like I would love to play those Zelda games, but I don't have Switch. I can't afford Switch. Just let's be honest, everyone. I will be like 100% honest with you. I just cannot afford it. Ability mode calculated by subtracting 10 from your ability score and dividing by 5. But why not do opposite? Ability mode calculated by dividing by your ability score by 2 and subtracting 5. Okay, this will make it possible for... Let's actually start doing it. I'll keep this like this. For this to work, we will be so what is it? 4. So we need to calculate ability mode, and to this we will Factorio with mod called Pyanodon and Hunter Call of the Wild. This is 2 recently played games by me. So we will need to create ability mode, which we used all over the place. Okay. So actually make it into the ability function. Function can be accessed anywhere. Create new class called ability. This class will have... But yeah, I I play all kinds of weird games, but like a lot of them are really not that streamable. I used to play that with my the Factorio, for example. I like to play with crazy mods, and I wouldn't call myself extremely skilled with it. Like, if you expect me to pull out like Doshington style or perfect builds with like city block and perfect ratios, oh no. Oh no. I'm a connoisseur. I'm a very big connoisseur of spaghetti. Like, I like my spaghetti. I like them al dente. Like, and al dente, I mean I just splurge out something on the screen. If it works, it works. Then I pretend that I build like an main bus, hook up some stuff to this main bus. I pretend that it's normal, everything is alright and under control, and then everything just ruins at some point and breaks down, and I'm just like, yeah, let's just quickly slap in even more spaghetti on top of it, and it kinda works. Works enough to send me into space. Good enough. How did I make an 8-hour achievement? Oh yes, and another thing is like, everyone, be mindful. I'm not skilled with video game. I am average at best. Create a new class called it. Class will be holding all the utility functions which you use all over. Public static integer get ability integer ability for first method utility method we will create is don't have any games installed currently. First utility method we will create is calculation of ability mode. The mode is calculated. It is calculated by dividing your ability 4 by 2 and subtract 5. Or it. Or that's it, right? Yes, that's it. Now calculate Was old. Hmm. So with this we should be able to man, I'm right now a little too stuck, a little got distracted. You know, sometimes it happens. You got distracted and your brain goes scatter all over the place. And it's hard to get back on track. Okay. Good. So now to use it, this new method to calculate mod of the now we need to use this method to calculate the mod character abilities and post them on the screen. Okay, so actually don't need so open ability for element intelligence into indie games. It's actually pretty much the similar difference as in real life. It's like you can be smart but not wise, and you can be wise but not know have to calculate the area of a triangle. You see what I mean? Like, intelligence is your ability to is your knowledge, is your ability to think scientifically, ability to calculate, to read complex equations or read complex texts. Like, it's your ability to be knowledgeable about things. And wisdom is your ability to make clear and concise decisions based on a good, a good, not prediction, but ability to like analyze the situation and make a wise decision. It's like, oh, it's not that you need to know a trigonometry to make a wise decision with your money. You see what I mean? Intelligence and wisdom can affect your magic. It's most of the time. Imagine if you have a mage. Mage is pulling out his power from the knowledge he amassed. It's like he pulls out the ability to throw fireballs, lightning, and stuff like this because he studied long enough with books, and he is knowledgeable enough that if you combine certain powers in certain ways, he can create lightnings or fireballs. Meanwhile, wise wisdom is often mages like druids. It's people not who studied long time in like universities, but who connected to the nature, and they can just call for it. They can just call from nature and create certain beneficial situation for themselves. This is very often the difference. Another example is like clerics. Clerics are they you see they are not knowledgeable in a sense that they study a lot, but they can tap out into the power of gods by praying to them, by maintaining the connection with gods. They are often depicted as wise, so they have high wisdom score. And again, it's kind of interchangeable in some senses. Again, if we go back to the idea of money, you can make wise decision with money, or you can make smart decision with money. And I think there is a difference in it. Like, if we say a wise decision with money is like, okay, you how did you amass your wealth? For example, you amass like $1 million, hypothetically, to buy a house, and you were like, oh, I started to save very like from the long time ago. I were like, okay, I will be saving at least a little bit every month. I will just deposit a little of my money, and over time I will invest into bonds or maybe stocks or like stuff like this, and just like it will collect itself, and at some point I will become like, I will amass $1 million, and everyone will say, yes, this is a wise decision. Yeah, it's not like a quick get rich scheme, but you wisely used your money to amass money. Meanwhile, you can say something like this: oh, I seen that there is like a big boom of AI technologies, so before all of it skyrocketed, I bought some AI companies, like the stocks of companies which works with AI, and those companies skyrocketed, and I made a lot of money from it. In this case, everyone will say, oh, this is smart. You see, this is smart because you took your time and you studied the market, and you applied yourself into this kind of environment, and you found the way to make more money. This is a smart, this is intellectual decision, not wise decision. Because actually I would say this is kind of unwise, because there was many cases of bubble booms where something happened. Something like, oh, everyone is like, oh, this is like a future and stuff like this. The dot-com bubble. Everyone remembers that thing where everyone lost money, a lot of money. Like, you see, this is a risky endeavor. Like, it's still gonna like make you money, but like it's still not that wise to just be safe with your money. Anyway, the dad's rant's over. The granddad go back to making video games. Okay, everyone, I'm sorry. I wasted a lot of your time. Open ability score element and set and create text field, text reference for text object which will show. It's not what's better. You see, wise, more intelligence. No, it's different ways of expression and knowledge. You cannot say, oh, a wise person is better than intellectual person, or vice versa. A person who is like there is an idea of like street smart. Like a person can be smartest person on the planet, like extremely smart, like Einstein level of smart. But he's not wise. Like this is like this he's he knows how to crack the most complex equations. But he is not good with people, he is not wise, he doesn't when people ask him something, he's just straightforward with them, which is like it's not bad to be straightforward. But it's not wise. It's not a wise decision to be that kind of person. See what I mean? It all depends on the perspective and the situation. On the other hand, you know, you can be all street smart and good with people, but be dumb as a rock. Like, it's all about balance. Which will show the ability mode. Actually, we don't need them to be public. Actually, we don't need them to be public. We can just set them to be serialized fields. Oh my god. We are consistently staying above 8 people in this stream. Oh my god, everyone. You cannot imagine how I just want to say thank you very much for everyone. Thank you very much for showing up and being here. This is amazing. I never thought that I will amass so much people on this stream at the same time. We can just simply set them to be serialized fields. Sorry for throwing this giant rant at you for such a mundane question. Ow! Sorry, I dropped my mic. Public because we're never gonna be accessing those objects from outside the ability or element. We can just simply set them to be serialized fields. Okay. Me answer some question people ask me. Let's continue. We can just simply set them to be serialized field. Will allow us with them. References in the editor while in it in them private and access accessible only inside the class. Then inside the state element ability or that not then inside update element so if I start the like this is pretty much decided, I think, at this point that I should start a gaming channel. Jesus. What game should I play first? What guys you think I will enjoy? Just let's say it like this. You don't know me perfectly, like what kind of games I enjoy. I shared a little, but you don't know exactly, right? What games do you think I should play first on my channel? That's the update element. We'll set the text. We want to show the ability mode. To grab the ability or Frostpunk. Frostpunk is a good choice. That's a cool game. So, any other ideas? Grab the... Actually, I never played Frostpunk, but I know about it, and I played it with a friend. Friend pressed the buttons, and we were laughing about how much we are failing. So you can say, I kinda played it, but I did not play it. Inside the update element, we want to show the ability mode. So grab the ability score from the ability and use the newly created method from the utility. Which will convert the past ability score into the ability mode. Ability mode. Notice how I set it to be static. If we set the method to be static, it will allow us to access this method from any place in the game. By simply pulling the utility plus direct the game. Careful using. I should name the channel Great Game Stuff. The idea is Greg plays stuff. But you are close. Greg game stuff. GGS. GG. Yeah, if I call it Greg play stuff, it will be GPS. If I call it Greg game stuff, it will be GG. Anyway, everyone, an hour passed, and you know what this means? It means we need to take a stretch break. I will go throw my dumbbells around for like a minute or two, take a walk, drink water, and we will continue. Be right back, everyone. Oh, I am back. How are you, everyone? You took a well-deserved rest, stretch. Let's update element. I want to show the ability mode. Grab the ability. Newly created method from the to convert the past. Because hi again. Convert the past ability into the ability. The class name is this way. Very handy as fitting. You need full open to some kind of into ability mode. Okay. Let's update and want to show the ability. Okay. Thanks. Okay. In the editor, open the ability for element and set the reference for text object. Remember, when you do some kind of changes you want to be applied globally, applied to all instances of the app, you need to do them through the prefab editor. Seven, 17, and -3, -3. Let's check it. As Finder ability mode. So 5 is correct. Okay, let's do something. One, two, three, 4, 5. Five, 4, -4, -3, -3, -2, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yay! Launch. This looks correct, right? 9 -1, 7 -2, that's correct. 10 and 11 is 0, and then we go into positive values. Yes, this looks good. And let's go up to 18. Good. Good. Perfect. We are making progress. I used to play not Among Us, but I used to play a lot of Tower of Salem. Do you know the game called Tower of Salem? It's not specifically directly the same type of game, but it's still about the deduction and like there is a killer and you're like supposed to find him. It's a cool game. Yeah, Tower of Salem was fun. So much fun. Lens. Oh my god, no, I'm not playing mobile games. I'm not playing mobile games. The closest I ever got to Clash of Clans was a game. Oh my god, what's the name of that game? It's a tower defense with anime girls. With guns. On a mobile. Oh god, what's the name of that game? I don't remember. Clash. No, it's not Clash of Clans. What's the name of that game? You play as a character called Doctor. Oh my god, I remember I enjoyed it for like a week or something, and then it gets really grindy. Blue Archive. There's so many of them. God. No, it's not Blue Archive. Not a Blue Archive. What's the name of that game? Ark Knights. Go. Jesus. Ark Knights. It took me a while to remember the name of the game. Like, I enjoyed Ark Knights. Genuinely enjoyed it for some time. But at some point it gets really, really, really grindy. Like, obnoxious level of grind fest. And at that point I'm like, I just don't care at that point. What is this Subway Surfer? Why are you so obsessed with this game? Explain this to me. Is it a meme? Is it a joke? What's the point? Oh my god, people. Why everyone is trying to make me play mobile games? I don't like mobile games. Hell, going back to how poor I am, my phone barely can run anything. Like, I used to play the games on a phone through an emulator. Because my phone is like from 2013 or something. And the only function still functioning somewhat is calling someone. And even that not 100% working all of the time. You sometimes try to dial someone. And it's like, no, I'm not dialing it for some reason. Like, you click on the name and it's like, I'm not dialing you. And you're like, oh my god, just dial it already. And then he's like, yeah, sure, whatever, let me dial someone else. You're like, why? Why would you dial someone else? But it's like, I don't care. I live my own life. You're not supposed to abuse me. You do know that. And I'm like, you're a phone. You don't have rights. Do you like dark colors? Why are you asking this question? Angry Birds. I love Angry Birds. The Geo and Angry Birds were fun. They're so cute and funny. I love that. And they're like really chill to play. I remember playing a lot of it at my job. Another game I played a lot at my job was Bejeweled. That's truly an office game, isn't it? I don't play free-to-play and multiplayer games. No, I like any kind of colors if it's done well. Another problem is which people need to understand is that I don't really play that much game nowadays. Like, I spend a lot of time either talking with you guys like this on streams. Then I work on the new videos, mostly editing and doing stuff like this, or I'm working and giving private lessons. Like, you see, it's like I don't have that much time to play video games. I genuinely, my team have like 15 hours in last 2 weeks. Like, I play 1 or 2 hours a day at best. Sometimes even less than this. Like, I don't even need to remind that besides this I learn like Japanese. Like, it's don't get me wrong, I do play video games. I do play a lot of video games, but I don't have that much time to play video games as I used to when I were like a teenager. When I were a teenager, I played games all the time. Like, that was pretty much all what I used to do, is like play video games. Anime and play video games. Nowadays it's like I just don't have time for this. Unfortunately, in some sense. Is an example sometime to make I can't handle much. Let me check the Discord. Again, Winter, I'm sorry, just I don't have that much time to play games. Why Discord doesn't work? Discord! Finally. For you. Give me 1 second, I'm talking with Taha Asar. Okay. Back to doing this stuff. So ability mode is made. So now we are going to ability score point by. Most commonly used system for setting the character ability score is the character ability score point by. Post in Pathfinder and hey, 30 people. We are making a Dungeon and Dragon style character creator. This is what we are making right now, Jason Story. Welcome, Jason Story, to the stream. I'm sorry if when you show up either on the other screen I had to talk to someone. But yeah, character creator for Dungeon and Dragons style game. Pathfinder and Dungeon and Dragons. Anyway, I need to go back to the doing this stuff instead of talking to people on Discord. This is more important, and you guys in chat is more important right now. We can talk in Discord later, right? Most commonly used system for setting the character ability score is the point by. Used both in Pathfinder or Dungeons and Dragons. We will follow the rules of Pathfinder point by rules. It is more complex than D&D point by system, so it is not that hard to simply. In case you want to see exactly more complex, so it is not hard to simplify this. If I click into D&D style point by. In Pathfinder, point by the purchase of the points costs you the amount of points equal to the new ability mod. So to go from 14 to 15 it will cost 2 points, and to go from 15 to 16 it will cost 3 points, because ability mod of 16 is plus 3. plus 2 points. Because ability mode of 15 is plus 2. Because there will be show Pathfinder point by table. Okay, with this done, let's see. Okay, so what next? So, how can we approach? So probably store the ability points. Where do we store them? It's on a character. Points. Ah. Ability per. Oh my god. Is this Subway Surfer just endless runner? Don't tell me it's just a endless runner. It is just an endless runner. Really? Seriously? Yes, I don't know Subway Surfer. I don't play mobile games, guys. Yes. Oh god. Okay, at least I know the Minecraft parkour. Like, I never been into it, but at least I know what are you talking about. That's a progress, right? This. Shit, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. This is what I'm talking about. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, oh my god, we were just memeing. It's a playing video without even like my god, guys, look at this. Like look, like, dude, it's like we were not even playing music in it. How is this fair? It's a 3-minute music video where I were not even playing music in it. And they're like, yeah, you know what? Get banned. Oh my god. I guess this is a quota of entertainment, you know? I'm supposed to be, like, entertaining, right? When I'm streaming and stuff like this. Here, I'm entertaining everyone. Not gonna lie, I'm frustrated. Oh, yes, yes. But you see, when it's done by someone who have like million subscribers, that's fair use. When it's done by me, get banned. Oh, I'm gonna tell you. I know people in the like who professionally deal with like legal stuff. A lot of reaction stuff not even close to fair use. Like most, like, there is genuinely fair people who like they reacting and providing enough transformative content to the like I it's often example is musicians. I seen some musicians who listen to music and they like provide like really good insight into the music. This is fair use. Like I seen these examples. But this guy he actually works in like a AAA studio as a legal advisor. He showed me some of the popular YouTubers reacting, and he's like, this is not in any place a fair use. Like you cannot just sit there, look at the screen, look at something happening and goes, oh my god, wow, I can't believe it. You can do that? This is not fair use. You don't provide any transformative content to this. You don't make something new out of the video. You don't criticize it. You don't create something out of this situation. You just reacting to it. When you just react, that's not fair use. And I genuinely, even he expressed that, and I agree with him on this point, that the point is why no one's gonna go against after this stuff is like, it's simple, it's not worth it. Like, it's like, fine, you watch the video, who cares, right? But but when people say, oh, this is fair use, that I seen on Twitter, I don't remember who was it, but there was some streamer who just pull out this video, put it on the screen, and just walks away. This is not fair use in any way, in any shape or form, no matter how you look at this. It's not fair use. Anyway, runs over. We have counter. The reaction needs to provide enough transformative content for it to be fair use. Imagine if I right now pull out a movie, Taha Asar, okay? I pull out a 2-hour-long movie, okay? I play the entire movie right now on the stream. And at the end of the movie, or maybe somewhere in the middle of the movie, I stop the movie. I sit and just goes, that's a good movie, isn't it? And we continue watching it. Like, yes, I provide the reaction to the movie, but it's like, is it the transformative content, right? Like, I don't provide that like much of transformation of the content based on what's going on the screen, right? And this is the point, I think, about all of this. Yeah, that we're just on with GT. Yeah, I heard about it too. I heard about a lot about the whole fair use problems right now with transformative content, and the problem is same with like on opposite, like it's a problem of two extremes, you know. We just look at this, what we just did. We were memeing. Like, I'm nowhere in my life I were trying to steal from Rick Astley. I respect the dude, his song is amazing, but like we were playing just video without audio. Like, it's a music video. It's a video about certain music. It was playing without audio. How is it not fair use for a joke? Like, this is bizarre. But like, it's a two extremes. At one hand, we have this situation where it's like, it's obviously fair use, where it's like, it's a joke. We were not playing an audio of music video. Meanwhile, at the other like, you know, complete end, we have people who play entire videos and just not even present while the video is playing, and then pretend like, oh, I'm providing an advertisement for that video. No, you don't. And I have a very specific, very interesting situation to tell you. Like, this is a known fact that I have my video stolen from me, and I don't care what people can say about this is fair use or not. It wasn't. So much more popular YouTuber took my video, like my one specific video, and he copied one to one. We're speaking like code which looks exactly the same. Like he didn't even change most names of the variables. The order of stuff, like there is even spaces between, like the spacing between methods and stuff like this, were exactly the same as my video. Do you guys think that because he made this video, I got a boost in my viewership? No, my video just flatlined. That's it, it's gone. My views, gone. That's it. Like, videos, like, the video can be just deleted from my channel. Nobody watching, everyone watching his video, not mine video. So, like, is this normal? Is it okay? I don't think so. Like, I know people on YouTube. I know people who makes YouTube, Unity tutorials. I know them, and I like pretty much I know everyone. I monitor entire like Unity environment, and I see people who get inspired by me. You look at them and like, yeah, I see you were definitely watching my tutorials, but like you see them doing something themselves. Like you watch first episode and like, yeah, that's definitely like one-to-one like mine. But the second episode, they're doing something completely different. Something their own, like, yeah, that's it, touche, no problem. You're doing your own stuff. Go for it. Thank you very much that you were inspired by me to do something useful for, you know, for this platform. Like, I'm not even like going to be, oh, mention me or like link my channel. No, that's fine. That's fine. As long as you're doing your stuff with my, after like being inspired by me, no problem with it. Absolutely no problem. You guys make your own games. If you use my tutorials, go ahead. Like just, you don't even need to credit me. Just say, yeah, like, even if you didn't credit me, I don't care. Like, if you credit me, I will be very grateful. But no problem. Just go ahead. Make your own stuff. But don't copy one-to-one someone's video and just post it for your own views. It's not okay. I'm sorry, the rant is over. I'm angry. Let's make it possible to... And yes, if that person watching... I hate him. And he knows who he is. He knows it. Well, let's make it possible to change the player ability score. We have those buttons by using buttons those buttons. No, it's honestly just no, it's gone. There is no other tutorial like this anymore. So yes, it's not duplicated anymore, but like I am not gonna lie, I am still a little in shock what happened. It was genuinely one of the strangest experiences I ever had in my life, where, you know, my stuff were like completely one-to-one being copied. Like, bizarrely. To the bizarre level, it was duplicated. There is nothing else what you can say except it was duplicated. And genuinely, if I ever gonna like show to people the example of this, you can easily see the point when it get duplicated and when his video got removed. Oh god, I'm sorry. I got a little riled up and angry about it. I'm sorry about this, everyone. Now let's make it possible to change the player ability score by Genuinely, I'm sorry. Right. His video gone. A1, his video is gone. I'm sorry. I got really riled up about this, and this is definitely was not very appropriate how I talk about this. I shouldn't have talked about this. I think that was definitely unnecessary. Winter, explain to me this. What with the Subway Surfer and you? I need the answers. Like, yeah, I start to feel like you want me to make a tutorial about Subway Surfer. It's like you're trying to send a sublime messages to me. It's like, make a Subway Surfer clone tutorial. Do you hear me? Subway Surfer. It's like implanting information into my brain. Subway Surfer. Subway Surfer. Okay. No, I don't watch TikToks or Insta Reels. Guys, I'm 30 plus year old. I'm pretty much grandpa at this point. TikTok is just a little too you know, for youngsters for me, for whippersnappers. I don't get it. Wait, half an hour. Oh my god. Sure, Winter. No, like it's okay. If you need to sleep, it's okay. Make it possible to change the player ability score first by using buttons. So inside the ability score element, create two new methods called ability increase and decrease. You consider the sailor's sleep. The joke answer is no. The serious answer is it's not happening because I suffered with this my entire life. So the answer is no, I cannot fix my sleeping schedule at this point. This is supposed to be Minecraft parkour gameplay. Really? So this is the explanation of the whole Subway Surfer gameplay thing? It's just a meme on TikTok? Because I'm sorry, I don't know. I genuinely... Guys, I'm not pretending right now. I genuinely didn't know this because I don't watch TikTok. I'm serious, I'm sorry. To change the player ability score by using the buttons inside the ability score element, create two new. Okay, the fact that you say you never touching C#, I take it personally. Prefab?
There is a very unstable situation on the
We will set those buttons to call and use to call and change element. All this waste those set buttons to call. Good, but side post message into the bug log. Never touch my mouse. Okay. I post message into the debug. So we can test. Good. Post messages don't affect our ability. Okay. But then, okay. Good. So now, only thing I did. Oh my god! Just. Server gameplay. Here, are you happy now? Are you happy? Here is a Subway Surfer for you. Is that really? You just do stuff like this? That's it? Like seriously, is this all? I am genuinely. That's that to your videos. Yeah, the bottom. Like, no, guys, I'm gonna do that. Like, memes and jokes are okay. Just here, Thronefall. The gameplay is from Thronefall. Like, I'm not trying to steal content here. Let's do this. Sorry, just like this is it. This is the gameplay, right? This is all. Like, no, okay, please, someone. I genuinely want to ask. Like, is like, okay, I don't know how to put it, but is the game good? Is it really good, or is it just a meme? Because I'm looking at this, it looks like a mobile game. I will play while, you know, on the bathroom. Like, is the game actually good, or is it just a meme? No, I'm genuinely asking, guys. Can someone please tell me, is the game actually good? I'm don't know. I never played the Subway Surfers, whatever the name of the game. Like, I am actually genuinely confused right now. Was challenging and popular game at the time. Oh, I see. It's for OGs. Sure. Like, sure. Again, I never played it, so I'm not gonna judge or something like this. I don't get it. An old game. Okay. Never played it, genuinely never played it. Sure, if people say that it's cool, sure. Just again, don't know. Single digit, oh my god. Okay, you know what, everyone? There was the entire hour of rants and stuff like this. We're even a little over it. It's time to do something very important. It's time to take a stretch break. Let's take a stretch break, everyone. Oh, be right back. No Subway Surfer for you guys while I'm gone. I don't want to get copyright stricken by someone. So, no Subway Surfer. 111, I am back. Hello everyone. I feel like I kinda run out of strength at this point to continue with this thing. I need I think let's do one more hour and then we will see how it will go forward. I might be done after this hour. Okay. So, where are we? Buttons show the message. Abilities 4. Okay, so over here we will there for panel. We need to know. See you, A1. Thank you for showing to the stream. That was fun. We need to communicate from the ability for element to the or to the character that we want to import ability, and we will do it for ability score panel. I am telling you guys, editing this video will be hell. It will be an experience. Oh my god. I know for the fact it will be not an easy task. There will be so much. This one we are making right now. It's going to be a large video. This is, if we take only this already, let me check. I have a methodology to check how long. Oh, I can even like whatever. Docs. Honestly, any docs will do. So what we already have is amount to like around 8 A4 pages of average text. That means it's already at least an hour long. So editing this amount of video will take 4 hours? Maybe less, maybe more. Ability score panel. We will create to move my mic. Ow, I'm sorry. 1 second. I'm trying to find the position for the mic so it will be good enough for me. Okay, I think this is good enough, in my opinion. Yeah, that's good enough. That's going to be good enough. Let me finish my snack and we will be back. Wait. Wait. Maybe we should change it in a little different. Okay. Interesting. Where should we just do that? Wonder. How can we approach this? We have manager. Technically speaking, is changing. Mm-hmm. So we probably should do it over here, right? We grab the from the player, we manipulate. The easiest way is to actually go here, save the reference to ability over here. But there is, I don't feel like this, I guess. I wonder, how should I approach this? So I think I will be over here by the panel. So I will be grabbing the ability and processing the process of the increasing or decreasing the ability over here. Okay. Okay. Sure. Welcome back, Winter. You seriously don't watch any of my tutorials? Okay. I will watch the streams. I'm. It's like, sure. I'm happy that I'm entertaining. that's for sure. It's like I always thought everyone just watch me for my tutorials, and streams are more of an, you know, a side thing. It's like, oh, it's occasionally we just joke around on our stream, right? But like someone genuinely watching just for streams, it's like, it's interesting, cool, appreciate it. Okay, 1 second, I need to close my window. It gets a little cold inside. Okay, I am back. Let's continue. So ability score plus and minus. After you do the character. So create method called this ability. This ability. Pass the ability enum of which to identify which ability we will be increasing. Add grab the ability class from the character and increase it by 1. Do opposite and make increase ability. We will. I need to check something. By 1. Then make the decrease. Will grab ability from character and good. Oh god. Okay, with this done, we should be able to just play. And good. And now still. And after changing the ability score, all update. Pull the update panel to update the state of the character values. Wrong. Now for element. Now inside the ability score element, then make decrease ability method which you grab. Now inside the ability score element, we need pull. That's from the panel. We need to communicate when the player click ability and click. Now inside the ability score element, we need to call those methods. To do this, we will not really game dev. Oh, hey, again, it's just, as I said, it's a little not what I expect as my usual, viewer. But it's cool. If I'm entertaining enough for you, I am happy. I'm genuinely happy. Program time to time and do sysadmin. Yeah, I nearly became a sysadmin myself, but I moved into programming field, and then I moved into teaching. So at some point I think I told you that I used to be a teacher. And that's it. That's how I became a YouTuber. Okay. Okay. To do this, we will now inside the ability scorer, we need to communicate when player interact is particular. Let's make this simple as possible. As simple as possible. We will directly communicate score panel. Score panel. This produce should probably wait. Save it. No, I don't need to save my. Yeah, it's a notepad plus plus. And it after saves. Now inside the ability score limit, we need to communicate when player increase or decrease. Let's introduce the concept of unity events. Instead of we can use you often. We already placed. Used one. Or we already used one for buttons before. And you can make your own events like this. I don't like this. Let's introduce it. To communicate. To do this. To do this, we will use Unity events. Events. On wiki. On on Ok. On ability decrease. Yes. Delegate. Oh. On the button when you allowing you to reference. Good night, winter. See you around. See you next time. On button allowing you to reference method to be executed. Reference method which will be called when this event is invoked. For our method, we will need to pass the ability, character ability enum. So we need put it like this. To do this, we need to specify it like this and make them public. Public, so we can modify them inside the Unity editor. Good. Then side the increase ability and increase ability. Invoke the events by calling invoke, passing a parameter, and an enum which identify which ability for which ability this element is responsible for. Okay. Responsible. If you set it like this, you need for delegates is advisable to call them like this with a question mark in front of them. This question mark is a simplified way for delegate is advisable to call them. If you call something call something with question mark. If you invoke something with question mark like this, it is a shortened version of if not null. So this delegate will only be called if it is not null, if it is not empty, if it is not empty. Mm. In this case, because now let's set up the delegates events in the Unity editor. But because we want to reference something on the scene, we cannot modify it by calling by we have to set up in the Unity. Set it up manually. Instead of think debug. It's a little arduous, but soon it will put nice payoff. Okay. The archer, but this is a correct way to use this word. Migrative filter library. Yes. And now Now we can change the value of your ability scores. It can go in negative, whatever, but not only it works, you can actually it actually saves the state of the character between sessions inside Unity. This is because while you are working in Unity with scriptable objects they persist. Be careful. It doesn't mean scriptable objects will be persistent in same way in your build game. Sessions only inside Unity. They do reset their state in the build game, but this is story for another. We will cover later. Okay. Cover this. And by. Let's make sure your game, your ability scores cannot be set to a lower. Let's introduce a floor and ceiling for ability score value. Okay. In an hour. Let's take a small stretch break, everyone. Remember, move around. We need to stretch, so please stay healthy. Be right back. Okay, everyone, I'm back. Hi, funky rude boy. Welcome to the stream. Well, yes. So they don't go into negatives or overly ridiculous positive values. Ridiculous. Без проблем. Норм, если я отвечать буду все-таки на английском. Стрим-то все-таки более такой ориентированный на английскую, эту как ее аудиторию. Хорошо? Good. Good. So, side abilities for panel. We will introduce two constant variables, floor and ceiling, right? Well, and ceiling for the ability points for ability score. This ceiling will be introduced for panel only because really relevant only at the creation of your character. Later on you can rise your to any degree. F or wait, ability 4 4 and then inside, inside decrease ability, or we will use mass F clamp to clamp the ability or between the higher number between the floor and ceiling of the ceiling for the ability score. Do the same for abilities for decrease. Now side the ceiling or be clamped. Then the ceiling will be clamped. Cat and Crazy Hat, hi. No, this is... I think you've been on the previous stream about this. It's a Dungeons and Dragons style character generator. We still continue working on it. There is a lot. Probably. Because it is really relevant only in your panel script. Floor and usability. Or value you set will be used to limit the ability or manipulation ability score inside the character generation panel on the character generation stage. I set them to be 8 as minimum and 18 as maximum. Remember those values will not interfere with racial bonuses later on in the development. This value will not be taken into account. Racial bonuses will be added later on in the development. So if your racial bonus will add +2 to strength, your maximum value at the start. Your strength will be equal to 20. 20 at the start at the character generation stage if you choose to have 18 as your strength. Your strength will be equal to 20 if you... Jesus. Slight increase ability. Now our ability score will be clumped. 0.5. Will not be taken into account. Let's move it like this. Here it will be a little more natural. Right now nothing stops. Right now nothing stops. Right now nothing stops you from setting all your ability scores to 18. To 18. Yeah, sure. If I can answer in English, cool. Completely no problem. What were you farming? Закончу farm. Загорелся диван. Well, okay. First of all, let me answer it like this. If you have friends who tell you that Godot is garbage or how you put it, shit, you should find better friends. That's a starter. Because Godot is not bad. It's definitely underdeveloped by like Unreal Engine standards or standards like Unity, but it's definitely a very competitive engine. So, second, what should you do? Okay, the approach is it differs based on the who you are as a person. I am a visual and practical learner, okay? I am a person who learn most of the time by doing what I want to learn. It's much easier for me to learn by pretty much practicing what I'm trying to learn. So for me, it was much easier to just pick up the absolute basics of the basics. You know, just watch like a tutorial how to turn on and off Unity, pretty much. You know, the hello world of the level of the programming. And then I just Google the tutorial of what I want to make, and I just start making it. And after some time, I start mixing together different kind of styles of games. Like, okay, I learned how to do a little of RPGing. I learned a little of how to do a little of like RTS game. Now let's try to merge them together, make them work together. Okay, okay, that's how I learned it. If you want to have to properly do it, for you, I would say, honestly, you can pick up whatever. Most of the tutorials on Unity Online are aimed at absolute beginners. They often does not go into ridiculous depths and don't utilize some, you know, overly solid approaches where it's like too abstract and it gets a little hard to track down if you're new to coding. But honestly, like I know this is, it's better for me to just tell you, okay, just pick up one of my tutorials. For example, I think Vampire Survivors will be one of the best way to start it, because I think Vampire Survivors is a very easy game to follow and it's a decently made tutorial. It's not without its faults at this point. I think there is some issues with it, but it's definitely a good starter point. If you want to do something a little more complex and a little more advanced, you might want to look at my tutorial covering action RPG. Again, there is some wonky places and it's much more advanced than Vampire Survivors, but it's a decent start if you want to do RPG games in Unity. But overall, honestly, you can just open up my channel and say, oh, Pokemon sounds interesting. Let me make this you know, Pokemon style thing. And after you bash together enough tutorials, like my point was always like, oh, I just watched a lot of tutorials about how to make all kinds of games, and at some point I just bashed them together. And when you start bashing them together, you will start experiencing, okay, this is a problem. I cannot understand how to solve this kind of problem, how to solve this kind of problem. For example, with RPGs. With RPGs, I used to just make a giant class with a lot of values in it. And then when you want to sum those values, you have to manually add up all the values inside this class, which is like arduous and not efficient. So I figured out how to do the dynamic value creation. You see, you solve issues and problems when they arise. This is how I learned programming. This is how I learned how to make video games. So if that what fits you, go ahead, do it how I did it. But again, for advices about what to watch on me, yeah, you said you already watching it, so that's it. And yes, punch the friends who said that Godot is bad. Godot is not bad. It's fine. It's again, this is a personal taste and personal preference. It's a holy war, you know. We have this usage of this word, holy war. It's an honestly a pretty it's a petty complaints between two sides of the coin. You can use Unreal or Unity. In my opinion, as a programmer, as a person who worked in game industry for some time, I find Unity is more approachable for a solo developer and a small team of developers. Unreal, at the other hand, while it does offer a lot of stuff for developers, which does shorten the development time, it's still much more created for bigger teams. It's more fitted for AAA development than an indie development. It doesn't mean you cannot use it, but it definitely much more fitted for a bigger team. Another thing is Unity is way better at 2D. Like, you can use Unreal to use with a 2D system, but it's like, nah, Unity is definitely much better with it. Yeah, that's it's more accessible, correct. It's possible to use Unreal as solo developer, but it's definitely Unity better with this. And honestly, Godot is even challenging Unity on this front, because with Godot use a little, like, considerably different approach to how it deals with Godot use a completely different approach to the management of scenes, and their approach is much more dynamic, and if you can figure it out and get used to it, oh my god, it's so fast to create stuff. In Unity sometimes it's like even setting up UI is just arduous task. It takes forever, it takes a long time. In Godot, if you figure it out, it's really snappy, it's very, very fast, but it's different. You need to get used to it. And the problem of Godot is like it's still not as popular, so there is not enough tutorials about Godot. But again, find the friends who told you that Godot is shit and disown them. Tell them that they dishonor their parents and they should, I don't know, commit Sudoku. But honestly, here is a genuine answer to your question. Like, this is like, okay, this is serious talk, and this is actually serious talk for any programming thing in your life. For any programming in your life, okay? Pick any popular tool, Unity, Unreal, Godot. Pick any popular tool if we're talking about programming. C++, C#, Python, Java, maybe JavaScript. I'm not sure about JavaScript, but you get the point. Pick up the most popular one and just do it. Don't listen to people trying to convince you, oh, Python is trash, Java is trash, don't use C#, don't use C++, it's an old age. The reason is very simple. You just starting out. Those differences between C# and Java will not be obvious for you until you are much more advanced in the programming. You need to understand programming much better than Hello World to understand the difference between why Python is not the same thing as like C++. You don't know the difference, you don't understand it, and the most importantly, you're not going to tap into this difference until you understand what you're doing with the language. And when you understand what you're doing with the languages, with the programming, you will understand what's the difference between those programming languages. Why Python is different from C++ and why people use Python instead of C++ in certain cases. And in certain cases, Python is completely useless and cannot be used like C++. You see what I mean? And when you can tap into this knowledge, then it matters. At the beginning, it does not. So pick up the most popular thing you see on the shelf and just study it. And when you learn this thing, you will be still picking up an absolute basics of programming, which is universal between every languages. Like there is rarely any big difference between different languages. Okay? I hope this answer your question. There's just some kind of way. Commonly used system for setting the character ability score. Point by. Значит делать. Забей. Серьезно, братан, вот тут сейчас прям... Понимаешь? Не... Представь себе, если бы к тебе люди пришли бы, сказали, вот надо учиться водить на Бугатти, а не на Ладе. Ой, нужно учиться водить на Тойоте, а не на Волге. Ой, надо учиться водить на... Блин, я не знаю, на любой марке машины. А ты... Какая разница тебе, за какой машиной сидеть? Что ты рулишь? Ты учишься водить, да, между ними. И они будут тебе... Люди, которые разбираются, люди, которые реально разбираются в машинах, они тебе будут говорить, вот там у вот этой вот машины там вот такие-то проблемы. Ой, вот у этой машины ее, блин, будет там заносить вот при таком-то повороте. Вот она, блин, вообще перевернется, если ты сильно, блин, потянешь не туда. Ну, ответ простой. Ты даже водить не умеешь. Какая разница? Что ты пытаешься понять, какая педаль из этих педалей газ, какая тормоз? Нет никакой разницы, пока ты учишься. И вот когда вот ты начинаешь, надо забить вот на эту всю фигню. Ой, Python, ой, C-Sharp, ой, C++, ой, вообще вот на самом деле все говно, нужно писать на, блядь, C нахер. Вот надо писать на C, потому что C это сила, а вот все остальное говно. Вот этой всей фигней не надо заниматься, пока ты ни черта не разбираешься в языках. Берешь ложку и ешь, и учишься, как программировать. А когда понадобится, разберешься. Почему C рулит, а почему Python говно? Это, на самом деле, я шучу насчет того, что Python говно. Опять же, Python это отвертка, C это молоток. Иногда тебе нужен молоток, а иногда тебе нужна отвертка. А пока ты ни хрена не разбираешься в программировании, для тебя что? Хоть блин, этот микроскоп это молоток. Honestly, this rant was because I heard this thing so many times. Oh, you need to use C++. Don't you dare to try to learn programming by Python. I every time when I hear this, I just want to... I'm angry. Because it's so counterintuitive to education. People spend more time making a decision what to learn and how to learn something rather than actually learning the skill. What game do you want to make? Can you name the game? If you can tell me what game you want to make, I will tell you. Yeah, Taha Asar, you started with perfectly fine language. I personally started with Turbo Pascal. So it's like my introduction into programming were Turbo Pascal. And it's ridiculous. It's absolutely not what you should do. But like, it's fine because it was teaching me basics. Learn basics and then move on to whatever you want to do next. It's fine. That's fine. Okay. Then honestly, if it's just a MOBA style game, just pick up Unity and deal with it. Create. Open ability panel. Create new variable called points. Points. Called points. Points. Set it to be the value of how much points or point buy you want player to have. Here is a nifty. The more the more powerful player can powerful character will be at the start. Oh, добро пожаловать. Welcome to the game development. It is overwhelming. Andras, welcome, Andras. Welcome to the stream. Long time not see, I guess. Hey, funky rude boy, just remember the important thing. The important thing is just don't give up. Just keep at it. Keep trying, because the thing is, even if you are failing, you're learning something new. You're trying something new, you're learning something new, you're learning new approaches, you're learning... hell, you're just learning programming. Even just if it's that. You're just learning programming. So, it's always beneficial to continue doing it. Don't worry. And if you have any questions, jump into comments, jump into the stream, jump into my Discord and ask me questions. I will be happy to help you. too long, I think, personally. Yeah, work and real life is a thing, unfortunately. We all want to just, relax and do nothing in our lives, but, you have to work. Open ability points. I started with PHP 6, I think so. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god, you cannot imagine how grateful I am for opportunity to do this as my main job. This is like, I'm not making a lot of money, but this is so much better than the misery I felt when I were used to do like a genuine, office job, a real job. Do I hate the time when I used to be an office worker? No. It was definitely miserable times occasionally, but it's a work, it's a job. You do the job because it must be done. And I loved being a teacher, because with being a teacher, you genuinely feel like you're doing something good for the world, It's like you look at the kid in like 2 or 3 years, and you see him like already talking to buddies about like how he is like making this software somewhere, and he making a good money from it, and you're like, yes, yes, yes. I'm improving people's lives. This was more than anything, believe me. This feeling is just amazing. Okay. What? Or decrease your maybe one day I will release a game. I'm I want to release a game for so long, but it's always something. Okay, so when you decrease or so when you change your abilities or you want to take into account so now you want to purchase your ability or based on the point by system to do it. So when you based on the point by system when you hmm by the way, it's funny that you showed up to the stream, which is, I think, the longest one I ever did in my life. It's about 5 hours long already, and I'm still not done. Let's actually see it. Let's look at it. So, I have most of my streams are 2 or 3 hours long. The previous longest one is 4 hours. Yeah. The longest stream I ever done before that was 4 hours and 1 minute. Yeah. That's funny. Not gonna lie, that's really funny. Okay. What next? Let's move it like this. Oh, now you want to purchase your ability score based on the. So now, when you manipulate, so now we want to make it our player press his ability. Ability is based on those points. So inside increase and decrease ability, or we will be using points to buy abilities. If ability. If points wasn't 0, less or equal to 0, if or equal if we don't have any points, we should not. When you buy, so when you buy a point, you decrease an ability point to decrease amount of points by 1, and is it? And when you decrease the ability point, you add Minus. Card trick again. Coins. Ah. Coins. Get them. Mm-hmm. I'm working on a character generation system in style of D&D and Pathfinder. So you can say, yes, I'm making an RPG game. Usability at 1 point. We test it. We test it. We set our character. We have all abilities. And we will only be able to set abilities to 50. Set 5 abilities to 15. But there is a bug. There is a bug. It's before. So now let's visualize the amount of points we have. Realize field. X. Points counter. Okay. Okay. On the panel, create a text object for the point counter. Make sure. Then make a panel to use as a background for the point counter. Then place them below the points in the below the ability. Good. Create serialized reference to the text object. Now we need to create this text object in the first. We need to create this text object. Need to create this on the panel. Create. Okay. Then okay. Okay. Check. Okay. We use our points when we buy, when we spend on, or when we reduce abilities. We do use our points on abilities, but they do not take into account the floor and ceiling. Meaning we do our ability score can't go over the limit, but the points are still acquired or consumed. So okay. You know what, everyone? It's time to take a break, a stretch break, everyone. We need to move around and, you know, the usual stuff. Everyone heard it many times. Be right back, everyone. Stretch time. Okay, everyone. Continue. So, where are we? Mhm. You're welcome, Star C. No problem. By the way, join in my Discord and check the pinned comments uh, in the help channel. It have a solution to one of the problems in that system. There is a problem with dynamic resolution. If you use dynamic resolution, it doesn't work very well. Wait. Think. Ability for more. Proceed. Wait. To approach this. If ability score more than ability ceiling. Or +1 more ability or ceiling. If ability or +1 less or equals ability for ceiling. If or -1 equals or ability or floor. So we need to take account the ability or ceiling when we add points into the ability. We buy points. So if we only can buy more points if the ability or if the ability score we are getting is less than ability or healing. Good. Nice. don't need because same the decrease ability we need check before increasing or if the ability 4 is more or equals to the floor ability. By the way, good, it works. Let's test this. Yes, good, works. Before for testing, always check your character is yes. Good. Let's get for the 3. Good. Having makes hard. Good night, Andras TV. Unfortunate that most of your time here was a stretch break, but you know, I do take stretch breaks every hour. But good night, sleep well, see you next time. This code's a bit hard to read. One of the most common approach. Simplify. For nested statement is to invert the exit gates. Gate if statement which if true will stop the execution of the method. Stop the method. For example, we have points. If we invert right now, if we have more than 0 points to be able to buy a point ability. Instead, we will check if amount of points is less equal to 0, and if true, we will call return. So if amount of points 0, this ability will not proceed after point. Same ability here. By the way, how is it better to implement co-op? It's fine to use ready-to-use services, or should I code this by myself? For now, I only plan 2 to 4, maybe PvP arena among all player later. It's actually up to you. There is definitely ready-to-use solutions for you to use on Asset Store, which, yes, if you feel like it, go for it. Just get them, slap them into your game, and it will work. But if you want, you can make it yourself. Honestly, it's up to you. Just keep in mind trying to make sure that you minimize static stuff, because like you want to make sure that everything is as solid as possible, single purpose, stay isolated, so you can just replicate characters around. You know, you want to be able to just slap a new character on the map and it will function. Like this is a problematic part of making co-op game. Is ability score check. Well, the main issue is often is that it's not yours. So, you know, you get it with all the problems of someone else's code. You will have to figure it out, you will have to put it into the game, and often if there is a bug or some problem, either you have to figure out and fix it for everyone, or, well, you know, you have to rely on the updates by a third party. Like, it's the old usual problem of buying any asset from Asset Store. It's like you are at the mercy of what you get on the Asset Store. And can be done. Really. Invert. If this condition is true, we stop execute. And because we mainly check for the forex, we can remove this ability. Because we manually check for score ceiling, we can remove this clamp method. Then it's an old video, that's fine. And because, okay, we can invert. 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 Yeah. Turn. Side decrease ability into the exit gate. We don't need clamp methods. Okay. Don't need clamp our values anymore because the function, the exit gates are serving the to delete f clamp both from both increase and decrease boarding. Alright. Good. Works. But doesn't the cost, but we need to calculate the cost of the ability point we are buying. We are buying. we're buying. And the rules of boss. You will have found points and spend on the you will have some amount of points you can spend on the abilities. Good. Works. Now but right now every point you cost you 1 point, which is boss. And start by making point twice. The simpler system is inside indices. It makes each point cost 1 until you cost 1 point, except onwards cost 2 points per ability. Cost. Wondering if there are any. Okay. Okay. So, but it works. 1 point. You make implement boss systems. First, the simpler. Indices makes each point cost 1 point, 14 onwards, 2 points per 1 point. Cost. Test this to make sure that I'm not making mistakes with my booleans. Два. Perfect. We pass the ability score. Ability score are buying, and if is more than 30, will cost 2. Otherwise, 1. Assured. You can use short ifs. If it is more than 13, it will cost 2. Otherwise, it will cost 1. Cost. Or There is this. There is. There is this. Good. Good state. So now, so, so now when you change the value of points you have, use the newly created method calculate the value points. Problem is it good, it works, but there is a way to get -1, but there is an issue. Good, it works, but there is an issue. First of all, oh my god, let's automate the reset of the character. It's really annoying to have to reset character before starting game every time. So character simply in the character, so inside character create manager, simply call init abilities on awake. We will be setting values way more later on in this video. Then because then in the default starting value of abilities is 8. Set default ability for B8, and the point value to be -1 is only check if we have any points, but we don't check can we afford. Works fine, which works fine if cost is universal just 1, but when it can be 2 or more, you can but not when or more. So are point. More. So by checking that you have enough points to buy the point ability point by using our calculate point cost method before method as a condition, as a part of condition. Fixed. This is fixed by checking the points to buy the big point by our and cost method part of condition. For condition that in D&D 5th then max value is 15. Max value, max ability, the ability you can add character generation is 15. So it's, and remember, it's an easy change. Change this and that's there's, oh, and one more thing. Oh, and we need to move the part in the decrease ability point before we subtract the ability point. So we add the cost of the current value. So our calculation are will not slowly. Oh, we need to move this part of the before the or when you go from 14 to 13, you only going to get 1 point instead of 2. Okay. Oh, is it where the yes? Oh god, Valkyria Chronicles OST is so good. I love it. Practice. So even if you are here for dungeon and dragons, um, probably should follow it. So I will make it as plug and play. So you can easily switch between them. Those two systems on the fly systems. But if you are not interested, you can skip ahead by time and at the bottom right. Point by what's my enter? Table for ability score amount. Okay. Ability. Done. Holy moly, we are 6 hours in. Oh. Oh. Calculate points. Идти. Это How does it work actually? I don't remember exactly. Did 1 point? At least 1 point, right? Okay. Wait. Pathfinder. When cost use the amount point equal to the new ability mode or at least 1. 8 new ability is 0. 8 a new method called calculate point cost calculate point cost EF, and here cost will be equal to the F and the ability for parameter. And here cost will be equal to the ability mode of the core. Or we are getting. But if ability score is 0, let the cost be 1. or at least one if the ability mode is there. Post, 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 post. Mm-hmm. In the pathfinder. In the pathfinder. Ability healing is 18 and old value of ability is 10. Good. Let's test this. This is correct, but this is incorrect. I wonder what's happening. When we go for A, seems this is thing. Except for some reason, if you reach isn't between 8 and 9, read it incorrectly. Correctly. It's ew. Ew, ew, ew. Ah, I know why. Why? Oh. 30. Блять. Это, блять, косеёбит цифра. 49. I know. Ага. Тут вот. Окей. 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 Почему они с нами? Окей. Weird. There's definitely a problem. Five. 8. 25. 8. 25. Окей. This is a garbage one. Окей. Окей, окей, окей. What next? I can... How can I fix it? The difference. Okay, Spotify. Oh yes, yes, that's classic. Perfect. Just lyrics, 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 lyrics. No, 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 no. No lyrics in my songs. And we will be this our post technique can be my negative. We need to make it to use absolute value. Turn it negative value post into positive value. That's fine. In Everything's right. But to remember the way to spin Pathfinder for only thing you need to change is the host method. Change method. There for link and the method you calculations, the ability for ceiling, and the default ability score of the player. Wow. Wow, just wow. Oh my god. Wow. Wow. We're finally done with ability score system. Jesus! Oh my god! Holy! Oh. This is a lot of... Like, let me check. This amounts to... Oh my god. Am I making the longest video on YouTube? Because this is easily gonna be 2 hours. Maybe a little less. Maybe like 1.5 hours. Actually, let me check something. How long is the script for inventory system? The inventory system is 3-hour long video, right? Or 2-hour long? Let's see actually. Unity grid inventory system. Here is my gigantic 2-hour long video. Okay. Okay. 2 hour long. And the grid inventory system script is 14 page long. This script I just copy pasted and checked is, let's actually recheck it, okay? Is 12 pages with all the notes. So we easily are aiming for this tutorial to be way longer than grid inventory, which is like, it's easily gonna be like 4, 5, maybe even 6 hours long. Because we still have to set up skills. We still have to set up class. We still have to set up stats, race, feats, spells. Oh my god! What am I doing with my life? Oh my god. Oh, we need a small stretch break, everyone. I need to. Let's actually do something different. This one will be a little longer. Time for a food break. Okay. Be right back, everyone. Hello, Abdullah Texan. Oh, I'm from Russia. Shio, I don't know what happened with your message. But I cannot see it. Karib. Hi. No, it's not, to be honest. Like, okay, it is hard to make a game. But if you follow my tutorials, I think you can figure it out. Back to eating. Okay, everyone. I think I took a few bites of the food, and I think I am exhausted. I think this is it. This is just... We are going for 7 hours tonight. 7 hours. This is a record. This is a record for me. 7-hour long stream. But I think this is the time to say we're done for tonight. I am exhausted and I need rest. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is one of the best evenings in my life. This was so amazing. Thank you very much for showing up. Thank you very much for following. Thank you very much for viewing. This is it for tonight. Good night, everyone. See you next time.